Stubby, thank you. Thank you so much for those gifted subs. I don't know how to describe it, but I identify with the dancing baby emote on like a spiritual level. For the 20 gifted subs. Holy shit. We're hitting the ground running today. We're hitting the ground running today. Capitalism. It's an exciting topic today. I hope you're excited. This is one that I've been planning for a while. It's one I've been putting a lot of thought into. So I hope you're ready. This is the type of topic where if I were in a PhD program or some other type of doctorate program where I had to give a defense, I had to do my dissertation, I would probably do it over something like this. Have I considered doing a PhD? No, because I hate doing research. Just the methods through which you have to document a research study is just very monotonous, but also very pedantic. It's literally complicated just for the sake of being complicated. I like doing the research. I like conducting the experiments, but I don't like writing the reports. That's the least fun part of any job, I think. I'm pretty sure the least fun part of any job is the documentation. I've had to do research studies. I've had to write on that level before as part of my master's program. I had to learn APA formatting, which is a unique type of formatting only used by the American Psychiatric Association. They have their own way of formatting documentation, and so you have to cite your sources a specific way, you have to indent your pages a certain way, everything has to be very precise, very meticulous. It sucks ass. There's a whole fucking book that just tells you how to, and I was good at the formatting because once you set a lot of people kept telling me they were struggling with the formatting. I'm like, I put the formatting into a document one time, and then whenever I need that formatting again, I just open up that old document, and then I just plug in the new stuff. It's already formatted. I don't have to worry about doing my... It sucks balls. Yeah, once you got it set up in Microsoft Word, it was okay, just have a template, and then next time you need to write a lab report, just plug it all into that, and then you're not having to config. But there were people who were literally configuring it every single time they had to write something. Why are you doing this to yourself? I once I had the formatting down, I never got docked any, because they would dock you points on your papers if the formatting was off. Part of our grading was just the formatting. It was 10% of the grade. because typically it was like worth 100 points, and it was like 10 points for formatting. And so like I wrote a couple papers. Maybe I had like an indent was wrong, or there was a comma in the wrong place. It's so meticulous, and it's like they make it really complicated so that you have to be able to do it to be able to like prove that you're able to sit at the table and talk about these types of topics with other people. There's just a lot of gatekeeping in academia that I was not particularly fond of. I like taking complex topics and making them understandable by everybody. I don't like to hide it behind, like, you know, unnecessarily long words and very, like, niche specific abbreviations, because you saw a lot of those. You saw a lot of abbreviations that you would not know what the fuck they were unless you had, like, 8 years of school in this subject. I was thinking if I wanted to go back for a doctorate, I would probably just go get my PsyD, which is a different type of... It's just a doctor in psychology. And then I wouldn't be like a doctor of philosophy, which would be a PhD. PsyD is what you get when you want to be a doctor, but you don't want to do research. So maybe. I've thought about it. But I'm kind of just like, what's the point? The only reason I would go back is because I want people to call me doctor. Like, that's, like, I'm being completely honest. That's why most people do it. They just like doctor. Doctor. Nice. No, pleasure to see you again, doctor. But then I watched Tiger King, and I realized that you could literally just call yourself doctor, and then other people would start calling you doctor, and that was good enough. And then Dr. Disrespect did it, and I'm just like, I know that guy's not a doctor. I don't think they offered doctorate programs in messaging minors. If they did, that'd be really weird. You might actually catch shit for faking your doctor. Only if I'm doing doctor stuff. Also, I'll just give plenty of disclaimers. Not a doctor, by the way. As long as I don't go around telling people, as your doctor, I recommend this bit of medical advice. As long as I don't go around telling people that, you can pretty much just have people call, like Dr. Demento, Dr. Doom, although Dr. Doom's probably actually a doctor. Is Dr. Phil even a doctor? So I was running a little late today. I had to run out to Costco, and Costco was busy at like 12:45 on a Friday. I heard they had big turkeys at Costco, and I wanted to also get a pumpkin pie for Thanksgiving. I wanted to get one before they sold out, because Costco has gigantic pumpkin pies and they're like $6. So I'm like, gotta get one of those. So I go up to Costco and it's busy. It's so busy. In the middle of the day, on a weekday. I'm like, why are all these people here? Don't you have jobs? Or are you all streamers too? So anyway, I'm trying to speed run Costco, right? Because I'm trying to get back here in a decent time so I can start the show. By the way, I got this big turkey, not for Thanksgiving. I got a big turkey because I'm gonna use it to make dog food. I wanted a gigantic turkey so that I can make a big batch of dog food and then freeze some. We actually got honey-baked turkey breasts from the honey-baked ham company, and then we also got a honey-baked ham. And we're doing all that on Thanksgiving. Is today Thanksgiving? No, Thanksgiving is next week. It's on Thursday next week. What's the best Thanksgiving dish? I want to try to cook something American. I have a few ideas. Do you want to go sweet or savory? By the way, thank you again so much for the 20 gifted subs. $95 best Thanksgiving side dishes? I don't know if I could name maybe I could if I sat down and thought about it. Like, what's my time limit? 95 different Thanksgiving side dishes? That's too many. What are some of the classic green bean casserole? This one's pretty hit or miss with people. I like green bean casserole though, but a lot of people don't. But it's green beans, cream of mushroom, topped with fried onions, and then baked. Very easy to make. The thing about Thanksgiving is that most of the things that outside of like the turkey itself are actually really easy to make. And because you're cooking like 20 things, if you're making everything on Thanksgiving, you're making a bunch of stuff. So a lot of it really is just like mix all this stuff together and throw it in the oven, or boil it and then mash it. You know, it's simmer it on a stovetop. You know, it's a lot of the stuff is pretty easy to do. Alright, so there's something that's called stuffing, or it's also called dressing. They also make it in a box. But it's like chopped up dried bread, onion, celery, and then like broth from like the turkey broth. Some people, the reason why it's also called stuffing is because some people stick it inside of the turkey when it bakes. Sweet potato casserole. This is pretty good. I'm also a big stuffing guy. I like the stuffing. I like the green bean casserole. Sweet potato casserole. Sweet potato casserole is pretty good. It's almost like a dessert. It's got like yams, sweet potatoes, all mashed up. Sometimes you chop them up and it's in like more like a chunky. But then it's got like brown sugar. And sometimes people put marshmallows on it. Deviled eggs. I love deviled eggs. Cranberry sauce. It's okay. Gravy. Gotta get the gravy. Corn casserole. I've never seen this in my entire life. This is a southern thing. Homemade mashed potatoes, the green bean casserole, the macaroni and cheese. Macaroni and cheese is always good. Is a casserole like a lasagna? It's baked in a 13 by 9 pan, you know, like a baking dish, and it doesn't really have layers. It's just kind of like mixed together and then baked in the dish. Then you just take scoops of it. Cheesy broccoli and rice. Another good one. Collard greens. Butternut squash. Yeah. Then you gotta get some dinner rolls. I'm gonna be making my own rolls this year. That's what I do. It's one of the things I do at Thanksgiving is I make rolls from scratch. You make the bread. I've never had mac and cheese. There are some Italian dishes that are kind of reminiscent of macaroni and cheese. It's a little different because it's like a different cheese and a different noodle. But if you've had Italian food where it's like pasta and cheese, you get an idea. You're gonna understand why it's good. I'm not Italian. I just thought that they had do they not have Italian restaurants? We have Italian restaurants all over the place here. Noodle. I don't know if it's a thing in the US. We've got a fun topic today. So I just want you to start thinking about it. Because we're going to do the presentation in a little while. So up until then, just keep it in mind. Think about it a little bit. I would just like for you to think about the ways in which the rise of ADHD can be linked back to systemic societal issues. Something that's often made to appear as if it's your problem to deal with, rather than being our problem to deal with. Where's that one chatter? I hope they're back. I told them what time. They know where to find me. It'll be in the title. Alright, so you know the drill. We're gonna pop open the question box. We're gonna see what's inside. But before that, we got one thing we gotta take care of.
Boss, you know we finally here, right?
What the flap?
It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday.
We just got one thing we gotta take care of real quick.
It's Friday.
It's Friday.
Let's go, let's go. What? Hey, hey, hey. No, you didn't.
Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. It's Friday. Gotta learn that swag, right? It's like you wanna be able to do those moves. Those are some sick moves. Like I wanna be like, you know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about? So anyway, I went to Costco today, and I was trying to speed run Costco. And I had this 20-pound turkey and this giant pumpkin pie. And I'm speed running Costco, so I didn't grab a cart. I'm just like, I'm gonna have to carry the turkey. I'm gonna have to carry the pie. That's fine, I can manage that. So then I start approaching the front and I notice, oh no, there's a line of carts and it's coming halfway back the store. This is gonna take me all day. I'm gonna be here forever. So I went up to the front of the store. I was just looking at stuff around the shelves, and then I waited until there was nobody at the self-checkout. Because nobody at Costco, they're like, all these people are lined up because they want a cashier. They don't want to self-checkout all of their Costco stuff. Are you kidding? Also, Costco has one of the worst self-checkouts there is, because you have to put every single item into the bin. You have to take every single item out and put every single item onto the tray. There's no hand scanner. You can't scan stuff and leave it in your cart. You have to pull it all out. And a lot of Costco shit's heavy. So nobody uses the Costco self-checkout. So I just walked around all these people and went through the self-checkout. And I didn't feel bad about it. I didn't want to wait 20 minutes for all these people with all their carts full of stuff. So I just went out to the self-checkout. I had 2 items. I'm like, there should be an express lane here for boys like me. Boys on the go who need a turkey and a pie. Alrighty. You know the drill. You know the drill. It's time for the question box. Yee. What do you think they meant by this? What happened here? What happened here? Were they answering the question in the title of the stream? Does capitalism cause ADHD? And they said, yeah. Yeah. It does. Is that what they were answering? No spoilers. No spoilers. We haven't done the presentation yet. No spoilers. Shh. 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 Don't give it away. And we're really close to 4,000 questions, by the way. We're about 30 away from 4K. That's so many questions. That's so many questions. Let's just start off with a fan favorite. Hi, Joshua and chat. I'm gay. Hey, gay. How's it going? What's new? Life is forcing me to process something terrible that happened a year ago, but now that the floodgates have opened, I'm processing everything in my life all at once and I don't know how to turn off the processing. How? You know, have you ever found yourself doing some work? You're doing some work and you find yourself really in the zone. You start really just getting into the flow of it. And then you end up working, and then you're like, oh my, it's 1 in the morning. I didn't realize I'd been up so late. You know, you're just really in the zone. You're just really getting the work done while you're in work mode. It kind of sounds like to me you're in processing mode. You're like, well, while I'm here, you know, you're doing a spring cleaning. You're cleaning out the attic and you're like, well, I don't want to just clean out part of the attic. Let's just clear out the whole thing. Let's just do it all while we're here. What I would say is, do you feel like you can give it a try to just process as much of that as you can while you're here, you know, while you're working on it? Or do we need to sit down, study each individual thing one at a time, really get to know it, really understand it so that we can understand every single nuance of our psyche? Or can we do the spark notes? Can we, you know, maybe lump some things together, maybe make some overarching understandings, many different things, but a general theme, a general lesson? Because I feel like when people get into the nitty-gritty of trauma processing, they're like, I gotta go through this plate of macaroni noodle by noodle. When you start to process your trauma, what you'll realize is that there will be themes and patterns that emerge. And then you won't need to study every single incident of trauma. You don't need to review every single incident of abuse or mistreatment or whatever it was that you're trying to process. You're looking at a painting and you're trying to identify every single color that was used to make that painting. That painting, that's you. You're the painting. It's important to study yourself. It's important to understand the nature of your pain. But do you need a PhD in your pain? Or are you okay with just a high school diploma in your pain? Maybe an undergrad in your pain? How much time do you need to study it in order to understand it? The longer you study it, perhaps the more you can understand it. But how well do you need to understand it in order to better yourself, in order to help yourself overcome it? You know, you don't have to pick up every grain of sand at the beach to know that this is a beach, and this is what a beach does, and this is what a beach is. and life's a beach. This is why a lot of people like to process their trauma in conjunction with something like therapy. Because these are the types of things that a therapist would help you to be mindful of and to continue to do as you process these traumas, you know? When we're processing, we're healing. And when we're healing, we want to make sure that we're not picking at our wounds. Picking at your wounds can stop them from healing. You know, you gotta feel it to heal it. You can't just ignore it. You don't have to pick at it. You don't have to keep it open. I'm working with someone. She said to write down those things when I start processing. What I would think to do, if this is something you're interested in, is make categories and then maybe start putting different things into different categories and then realizing, like, okay, this is the thing that I was dealing with in regard to this thing. Just identifying the patterns, the trends. I feel like understanding the pattern is more important than understanding every single part, every single piece of the puzzle. You're trying to see the bigger picture, and sometimes it helps to zoom out if you're trying to see the bigger picture. Another thing you could try, and I'm not saying that you have to do any of these, just, you know, maybe just think about them and see what you would think, if you think it would help you or not. If you had to make a list, 5 things about you that you want to work on. And then pick one and start there. Oftentimes people get hung up in those beginning stages of healing because they feel like, I've got all these things to do. I've got all these things I need to fix about myself. That's going to be a lot of work. That's tough. But what people often forget is that if you start working on one of those things, that thing is actually tied into all those other things on that list in ways that you don't understand yet. So if you want to work on all of the things, really focus on working on one of the things. And then once you resolve that one, all of the other ones are going to be all that more easy to work through. Am I on Blue Sky? I am. I need to update my links. I am on there. It's the brain domain. I haven't posted on there in a minute though. See, right here. See? I like to post cat pictures on there. It's where all the academics are. I follow a bunch of mental health and psychology academics. I try to stay up to date. on the latest trends in research. So, how do you do this? Questioner, how do you do this? By repeating to yourself the litany against fear. I must not fear. Fear is the mind killer. Fear is the little death that brings total obliteration. I will let my fear pass over me and through me. And when it is gone, I will turn my inner eye onto its path, and I will see that only I remain. I must not fear. Fear is the mind killer. That's Dune, yeah. Yeah, that's Dune. How you Dune? Got my Costco drink because I stopped for a hot dog. Give relationship tips, please. Since you asked nicely. Since you used the magic word. At least I can sit quietly with my thoughts. I couldn't do that when I was younger. Yeah, most young people can't. It's something you gotta learn. It's something that takes a more mature mind to really be able to do. What cup? This is from Costco. I went to Costco and I got the hot dog, and the hot dog comes with a cup. So I got a cup. Mix together Mountain Dew, lemonade, and Sprite from the Pepsi machine. It's the Costco special. Your relationship tips, please. Okay. Don't rush to anger. If you're angry about something, if you're frustrated about something, anger's just gonna... Just try not to act out of anger. You know? Remember that in a relationship, it's you and your partner versus the problem that you're trying to deal with. It's not you versus them. A relationship should not feel adversarial. Good communication is one of the most important things in a healthy relationship. No matter what it is that you're working through, or no matter what it is that you're, unsatisfied with, you should be able to talk about it. Because if you can't talk to your partner about it, then who else in the world can you talk to about it? Who else if not them? If you're gonna go into a relationship, do it with the mindset that we will make each other better. We will grow together as partners, as peers, as equals. This person is not my property. This person does not need to follow my orders. We come up with the decisions together. This is a team effort. Tell them you love them as many times as you can. That's never gonna be enough. Don't get into a relationship thinking that I can fix this person, or I can change this person, or I can mold this person into who I want them to be. If you're gonna be in a relationship, do it so that you can grow together and make something that neither of you fully saw coming. Something that surprises but satisfies both of you. Some Hallmark stuff. Yeah, Hallmark is actually based out of Kansas City, so I'm from Hallmark country. That's why we're such nice people. Greeting card capital of the world. What is Hallmark? Hallmark is a company that makes greeting cards. To my knowledge, it's one of the biggest greeting card companies in the world. They also have their own TV channel. And it's based out of Kansas City, Missouri. Make all sorts of holiday decorating, gift card, gift boxes, all that kind of stuff. They also make romantic movies. They apparently have their own channel now where you can watch such wonderful movies as Mistletoe Murders, Next Stop Christmas, The Santa Stakeout, Ready, Set, Glow, Three Wise Men and a Baby, and of course, Finding Mr. Christmas. Which to me looks like this might be a gay movie even. I think it's a guy trying to find another guy for Christmas. They wokeified Christmas. I want more gay rom-coms. I want more gay media that, like, a major plot point has nothing to do with the fact that they are gay. It's just there. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be, like, center to the plot. It doesn't have to be, like, a fundamental aspect of the person's character. It just exists. It doesn't need to be, like, you know what I mean? I just want to see it more normalized. I'm so tired of every queer movie being sad, right? And that's why I don't watch a lot of them, is because it's like, damn, this is really fucking sad. It's just like a bunch of abuse. A person's just like getting abused, and then there's like traumatic death and like all sorts of just like, ugh, like, ah. heavy. Like, I want a Christmas movie where somebody just shows up to the Christmas party with their husband or their wife, and it's the same sex, or there's just like a trans person there, and they just exist, and it doesn't have to be like a plot point. It doesn't have to be a plot point. They're like, oh, they came out, and now they're going back to the Thanksgiving or the Christmas, and it's like, uh-oh, how's grandma gonna take it? You know what I mean? Anyway. Those are my relationship tips. Talk it out, don't yell it out. It's like, if you find yourself yelling, just take a time out and try again later. Because once you start yelling at somebody, the actual productivity level of the conversation tanks. When people start yelling, people stop listening. This is something that we have researched and we have found to be backed up by science. Also, you've probably experienced it firsthand in your life, so you probably know it to be true just with your own anecdotal evidence. Like, sure, maybe you remember a little bit of what was yelled at you, maybe 1 or 2 sentences, but so much just gets lost. I know they're different, but does anyone have advice for writing trans characters where being trans isn't even really referenced? Like, I have an idea for fantasy where the trans character loses their enchanted bracelet and a straight character's like, wait, you're a woman? No, I just look like a woman without my bracelet. But at a certain point, I can imagine the readers would theoretically be like, why do you have trans characters if they don't have to deal with gender dysphoria because magic? Well, because magic. I feel like you answered your own question. Like, it's magic. You can make it whatever you want it to be. The story you craft, the world you build, can just be that way. Like, if it's a world where magic exists and you can just become who you want to be, people would just do it. You know? Like, if they wanted to do it, if it wanted to be done, you could do it. You could try it out. If it wasn't for you, maybe you could switch it up. Maybe you could alternate with the seasons. It's magic. You make the world the way you want it to be. Isolation is weird to me because it makes me more sad, but when I'm depressed, I want to isolate. Why is it like this? I think there are a few reasons that really contribute to this. One of the reasons would be depression makes you delusional. It makes you think that everybody in my life hates me, nobody wants to talk to me, nobody wants to be around me. I should just stay to myself. I don't want to bother them. I don't want to burden them with my troubles. You know, and so it ends up feeding into itself. It drives you deeper into the depression. Because we want things that are comfortable to us, not necessarily what is best for us. Yeah, that too. Like when we're depressed, sometimes we're just trying to get by. We're just trying to make it through. Sometimes it's just like, let me just figure this out on my own. You know? I don't really have the energy to do much else. One of the bits of advice that I cling to is when depression tells you to do something, do the opposite of that thing. So if depression says, yeah, I should probably isolate, that's actually probably a good sign that you shouldn't isolate, that you should reach out to a friend. My roommate just recently moved out, so now I am all alone in my house. So you can walk around naked. That's the best part of living by yourself. You can just walk around naked. If I lived by myself, I'd be walking around naked all the time. You better believe it. Now that's freedom. If you look at depression as like a time in which we can almost compare it to like hibernation. It's like you go into low power mode. You know, spend some time just by yourself, just low power mode. Unofficial mic raid. Welcome in, unofficial raider. You know, it's a official raid to me. It's official to me. Dumpitch Pudding, thank you for the 2 months. The Central Committee crowd is really gonna like our topic today. I'm hoping more of them trickle in, because they're gonna get a kick out of this one. If not, they can watch the VOD, I guess. Yeah, later today, once we get through some questions, so you know, maybe an hour or so, we're gonna do our presentation on ADHD and capitalism, and we're going to try to answer a question. Does capitalism cause ADHD? Survey says maybe. I don't want to spoil it. I don't want to spoil anything, so I'm not going to tell you how I actually feel. Can you take off your glasses? No, then I wouldn't be able to see. Also, what happened to please? Hello, Papa. Since the presentation today, does capitalism cause ADHD? Does this also apply to autism? Thank you. We'll touch on some things, like being neurodivergent. So we will touch on some of that stuff today, too. Because there is a lot of overlap. There is a lot of overlap, so yes. This is the best you're gonna get. Warning, bit NSFW again. Okay, so I'm the person with the unique party trick from last week that monks practice doing that has to do with a climax. Oh, the art of the hands-free climax. It's not something all monks learn how to do, but it is something that some monks learn how to do. It's an exercise in bodily control. A lot of monks practice mastery over their mind and their body. Some of them learn how to do it with no hands. So I've realized that I do indeed have a question about this. If I were to look for a significant other, at what point should I tell them that I'd never want to have my penis touched or put inside them? Probably from the get-go. Dr. K said he could do it? Really? Did Dr. K say he could do it? Any experienced enough meditator could probably do it, if they sat down and really put their mind to it. Because I fully understand that it might be a deal breaker for many, I'm not sure how many people or when is it appropriate to mention this. Not sure if it's important to note, but but I'm somewhere on the bi/pan spectrum. I mean, some people might be into it. Some people might be into the idea of never touching or inserting. So, but I would make it clear pretty early, because that could be like you said, that could be a deal breaker. So you might be in the market for somebody who's more ace leaning, I would assume. But I'm also of the mind that I don't know, maybe if you tried it, you'd like it. I don't know. I don't know what you've tried. I can't speak for you, but it's like I look at it the same way I look at olives. I grew up, as a kid, I hated olives, and every once in a while, I'll revisit it and be like, do I still hate olives? Some olives I like now, so... An important thing to remember is that our tastes change over the span of our lives. So sometimes what we think we will like forever, it might wear off, and we might be open to something different. Things might change. That's just the nature of being human. But I'm sure some people would be into it. But I would just let them know. Probably the sooner the better. Tastes don't change for olives. You either have a messed up palate or you hate olives. Yeah, I could never eat an olive by itself. Like, I'll do it in like a good salad. Like, sure. Does it really add anything to it? I don't know. Maybe I'll have it on a gyro. But what really turns the idea of them off for me is like if they're like from a can, they taste like metal. I don't like the taste of metal on my pizza. I grew up in a religious community and am still surrounded by it as I still live with my parents. It constantly strips afflicted people of their voice and power by saying they cannot think for themselves because of autism, fetal alcohol syndrome, being a woman, being young, having gone to college so you're brainwashed, etc. Oh. Uh-oh. Sounds like a really mindful, educated, open, and accepting group. I was lucky and never got diagnosed with anything as a child other than being a girl who never fit the gender norms. If my parents knew the label autistic could be applied to me, they would use it as a reason to control me despite being mid-20s. Just like they also apply the label of woman to you as a way to control you as well, I'm assuming. Sounds kind of toxic to me. What are your thoughts on when people say someone isn't able to think for themselves? Why do people stop vulnerable people of their autonomy, and how do we make it right? By advocating for them and by allowing them to use their voice and making sure that they can be heard. This is a lot of what I did in case management. I did a lot of like client advocacy. You know, helping people to find their voice and to speak up for themselves, or just looking out for their best interests. These people are still people. Treat them like people. And this is what happens in really like right-wing, hard ideological societies. Is like, it'll start with the marginalized people, and then they'll go after the disabled people, and then they'll go after women. So that only the, you know, it's a patriarchal thing. So I would say solidarity is really important here. You want to find other people that agree with what you're saying and talk to those people. Spend time with those people. But I would also say to continue to try to teach empathy by modeling it, by encouraging it, by talking about it. You know, there's a chance that you can change people's minds. Changing somebody's mind, especially when it's a religious fundament, because religious beliefs are some of the most difficult to change within a person. These are beliefs that we hold sacred. These are the things we hold on to the tightest. Our faith. And so sometimes with really religious people, you have to like go back to the teachings that they're following even, and just being like, aren't we supposed to do better? Aren't we supposed to be more fair? Aren't we supposed to be more equitable? But if the religion is not teaching that, then why is this a religion we should follow? We should always strive for humanity and empathy. We gotta look out for one another. We can't survive without each other. YouTube video? Okay, let's see what this is real quick. This is a real show? This is from the TLC? This is real? My husband's not gay? Wait, what?
Hey guys,
Hello.
how are you guys?
Jeff and I are meeting Brent and Megan for an early dinner tonight. And whenever we get together, you never know where those conversations may go.
I want to hear your French pronunciation on the menu.
Brother.
I'll critique you.
I'm not doing that.
Do you know what
Tuna
you
melt.
want?
Gruyere.
Very good.
Thank you.
Le tuna niçoise.
Niçoise?
Niçoise.
Of course.
Hello. Welcome to Boulangerie.
Ooh, thank you.
Don't laugh, it's not that funny.
Yes, it is.
Can I get you all an appetizer to start?
You know, your hummus looked good. Your hummus plate.
It's excellent.
Great.
Why are we watching this? Why did you send this to me? Mormons? Are these
We'll
Mormons?
try it.
Okay.
Thanks.
So did you guys notice anything?
He's a very good-looking guy. We have a very open relationship. And this is just one more way we try to be open. And I found it's more freeing to just acknowledge, yeah, that is a beautiful man.
I'd say you need a little more of the masculine butch. You need more of the all-American guy.
That's your type.
Well, yeah, sure.
What is the premise of this show? I'm so confused. What is the premise? Like, what is their SSA? I don't know what that means. Yeah, I see SSA, I think Social Security Administration. Same-sex attracted, not gay. I thought that was the whole thing. I thought... Isn't that like a really important part of it? We're just roommates. We're just workout buddies. They want to be a part of the LGBTQ plus, but not really. They just want to go to the museum and admire the art, but not become a painter. Okay. That's valid. I have a mild case of OCD that gets worse during moments of high stress. Lately it's been pretty bad and my compulsion is cracking / popping my joints. At one point I tried to pop my ankle 5 times because it wasn't popping in a satisfying way. I'm worried I'll hurt myself, but I don't know how to stop. I think popping your joints is one of the ways we try to regulate our nervous system. That's one of the things that we'll often do whenever we're feeling high stress or we're feeling anxious, is we want to regulate ourselves. My strategy would be to try to redirect your attention to a different part of your nervous system. Maybe start stretching a different part of your body, or maybe start practicing some deep breathing. Try to redirect your focus within your physical body. That's me too. I'm also a popper. Oh, I'm a popper. They say it's not bad for you, so. Shout out to that guy who popped all of his knuckles on one hand for 30 years to show that it didn't actually do anything to your joints. for him. I need a real case study. Become your own case study. Experiment on yourself. You know? Oh, so you just want other people to do it then so that you can benefit off of their hard work and research? Okay. Everybody loves science, but nobody wants to be a scientist. You hate to see it. Example of one isn't very reliable, though. That's why I'm trying to make it into a sample of two. Okay, so again, the same person with the NSFW question. I'm not sure if being on the asexual spectrum is how I describe myself, although I remember trying in the past to touch myself and trying to do it felt unnatural, disgusting, just plain old bad, / makes it go flaccid. Hey. How's it going? But I guess using my mouth in someone's parts doesn't. Okay, so here's the thing. Having someone else touch your thing feels way different than you touching your thing. Because when you touch your thing, it feels like I'm touching my thing. And that could make you uncomfortable. A lot of people aren't into it. But having someone else touch your thing feels entirely different. It just feels like having your thing touched. You're not focusing on both the touching and being touched, you're just focusing on being touched. And that's a different experience. Gestalt psychology kind of covers that well. Yeah, I need to start chain smoking cigarettes so I can become a Gestalt psychologist. I should move to Germany, become a Gestalt psychologist, chain smoke cigarettes and tell people what is their problem. You see, your struggle here, clearly it dates back to your insecurities. Why are you so insecure? Why are you so afraid? But you said to me you have nothing to be afraid of, and yet you are afraid. How curious. Still, imagining having it touched feels bad. Again, never had it touched, I guess. Then you don't know. You haven't had it done. Believe me, it feels totally different than anything you're imagining. You've never had it done, so it's just your imagination. And you're imagining it to be bad. Reality could be entirely different from your imagination. This applies to any number of things. This applies to trying new foods. This applies to watching a movie. This applies to listening to a new type of music. You know, the idea of something and the thing itself are almost always different. Like, maybe you like eating spaghetti, but maybe you don't like making spaghetti. That's the difference. Like, do you like eating lasagna? Do you like making lasagna? You know, not a lot of people like to make lasagna. More people like to eat lasagna. So that's the difference. Alrighty. I'm excited for the presentation today. I'm excited for the presentation today. This is something that I've been thinking about for a while, something I've been cooking up. I feel like this presentation is going to make me mad. Well, who's it gonna make you mad at is the question. Because I think you should be a little bit mad. We want to make sure we're mad at the right people. Instead of just being mad at ourselves, which is what a lot of people do. A lot of people, you know, they're mad and they want to be mad because there are reasons to be mad. They end up being mad at themselves because they can't figure out who to actually be mad at. So they just go with the lowest common denominator. Just them. This presentation is brought to you by Costco. Costco. You want a fuckload of something? Come to Costco. Get a big bag of it. When capitalism collapses, I will miss Costco. I'll be honest. I'll miss Costco. That's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. You know? There's nothing worth keeping capitalism. Unless we change the rules. Unless we make it so that there's a high score in capitalism, and after you reach a certain number, we take all of your money and give it back to the people. We say, okay, you won. You made $1 billion. That's enough. You're good. We're cutting you off. The rest goes to the people. But I don't think they'd ever agree to that. Tax everything a person makes beyond $1 billion at 100%. Think of how far we could go with that kind of money. So today we're talking about capitalism and its role in the rising trend of ADHD. Hello? You're fine. Get Peter out of here. Oh wait, she's in here. Penny. I don't care. She can stay in here. She can stay. Let Penny stay. What do you think about ADHD? Is it, like, I don't know if you've noticed, but I feel like everybody's got ADHD these days. Do you know anybody who isn't ADHD? Have you met, like... Chat, are you ADHD? I've never been tested. How do you test for it? See, that's the thing. I got a psychiatrist, and they said, okay, we're going to refer you to a psychiatrist, and they're going to assess you for ADHD. And I talked to the psychiatrist, and he's like, I don't really do that. You want some Adderall? He said, do you want Adderall or Vyvanse? He says, I'm on Vyvanse. Vyvanse is the good stuff. And I was like, I'll just do the Adderall. Vyvanse is too expensive. That's literally how it went. Welcome to America. I've been trying to find some data and some trends with the increasing rate of ADHD. This is in children, and as you can see, the percentage of children diagnosed with ADHD went from around 6 to around 10. And this is 2017. The most recent I was able to find for this data. This is an article from 2024. Why is adult ADHD on the rise? According to recent statistics, okay, first, adult ADHD ranks in the top 10 for mental health searches. According to recent statistics reported by Forbes Health, let me zoom this in a little bit. More than 8.7 million adults in the US have been diagnosed with ADHD. This rate has increased over the last 2 decades from 6% of American adults to 10%. Since 2020, there has been a significant increase in adults seeking treatment for ADHD. So this is where we really started to see that boom. It was around 2020. So why is this happening? Why do they think it's happening? Is COVID-19 to blame for the rise? Loss of structure? You have ADHD now. You got to work from home and now you have ADHD. That's what they're trying to say. If you would have just kept coming into the office. Food additives and genetics. I'm just breezing through this because I'm trying to see what they think is the reason for it. Because I think I have my theories. I have my ideas. I just want to see what they think is going on. How do you know if you have it? Do you have a hard time paying attention? Are you easily distracted? Do Do you ever feel restless and fidgety when you're supposed to be doing something? Abnormalities related to frontal subcortical function directly impact a person's executive function and memory consolidation. Okay. Amphetamines increase the signaling of the critical neurotransmitters. They give you more dopamine. The way that amphetamines work in your brain is that they bump up that dopamine. Dopamine's your brain's reward chemical. And so whenever you do something, your brain says, hey, you do a good job. You're supposed to do that. Good job. You feel good now. You get the dopamine. Amphetamines bump up the amount of dopamine that your brain releases, so it allows you to find mundane or otherwise boring tasks more engaging, more stimulating. That's how they work. I'm positive I have ADHD, and my doctor was long too precautious to prescribe Adderall or similar. Yeah, it's because a lot of doctors don't... Like, a lot of doctors are fine with prescribing it. They're like, whatever. But a lot of doctors are like, these are amphetamines. The reason why... Like, amphetamines were invented by the Nazis so that their soldiers would keep fighting in World War II. And now they're giving it to people so that they can fill out Microsoft Excel spreadsheets. This is a fun world we live in. Capitalism and ADHD. Let's see how they're related. Let's see how ADHD and this rising trend of ADHD, like whether or not you have ADHD, you've probably heard other people out there saying, gosh, I'm so ADHD. Sorry, ADHD brain. You've probably heard people saying it. I know I've heard tons of people saying it, so I would assume that you've also heard it from people. What have they done to us? It's true. You thought you were gonna get eaten and your first thought was, I'm glad I don't have to go to work tomorrow? What did they do to us? What is this world? Oh, Casey left the house and now Atticus is barking. Let's see if he quiets down. I might have to go let him outside. He's very loud. Okay, is he gonna be chill? He hasn't barked in the last 10 seconds. Capitalism and ADHD. Before I really get into it, let me just talk to you a little bit about why I wanted to put this together and why this is an idea that I've been thinking about so much. Just look at the society we live in. Look at the expectations that are put upon people. Look at the demands that we have to meet. and ask yourself, why do these demands exist? And why would we be able to live in such a system and not expect consequences? I believe that ADHD is a consequence of the system that we live in. I don't think that we evolved to sit in an office. I don't think that we are meant to be drones. And I feel like the society that we live in is having effects on people. It's making people more depressed, it's making people more anxious, and it's also making it harder for people to maintain their focus and pay attention. So today we're going to talk about capitalism and how it contributes to the rising trend of ADHD. Let's go. Welcome to the age of ADHD. In case you've never heard of this before, ADHD is a neurodevelopmental condition that is characterized by inattention, hyperactivity, and impulsivity. It's the textbook definition of ADHD. Oh, he decided to bark again. I'm about to have to go take a moment and put this dog outside because he's bellowing. I could see if he wants to come in here with me. If he can come in here with me and be quiet, that's fine, but that dog is so loud. He's such a loud dog. One sec. Pause. Go get your drinks. Go get your snacks. Pause. Poopy, you snuck in here? She snuck in here and climbed up on my desk while the dogs were... Oh, God. How's Penny doing? Oh, she's chilling. She's chilling. She's... got a little dog bed in here for her. She's just laying down. Just hanging out with me. And then I got Miss Poopy here. She climbed up on my desk. Hello. So this is the textbook definition of ADHD. This may or may not be what you view ADHD as, or what you think of when you think of ADHD. But this is the textbook definition of it. It stands for attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. Oh, somebody wants pets. I miss Poop. Baby. It's Poopy, I'm trying to do a presentation. So ADHD is something that you can be diagnosed with, but it's not something that everybody who identifies with being ADHD is actually diagnosed for. So a lot of people, they might, have been okay in school, maybe they did fine in school, maybe they can, but maybe work's hard to do. Maybe it's hard to do your chores, maybe it's hard to keep up with your other tasks. And so you have to consider the societal and environmental factors that play into the prevalence of this condition. ADHD diagnoses have increased significantly in recent decades, particularly among adults. We saw a pretty big, it was a pretty consistent trend upwards until around 2020, and then after 2020, it went up. The use of stimulant medications, such as Adderall, have also skyrocketed in response. So, why now? Why the trend? Why is it going upwards? Part of that could be because we're just more aware. We have better diagnostic tools. But in many cases, a lot of people are being prescribed these types of medications without the diagnostic tools even being used. A lot of people can just go to a doctor and ask for it and then get it. That's literally where we're at right now. I experienced it firsthand. There's also a much higher demand within society for focus, productivity, and multitasking. These increased demands mean we need some performance-enhancing substances. So enough about that. You know what ADHD is. Let's get into the good stuff. How does capitalism shape ADHD? Well, first off, we have to talk about the concept of work culture. Capitalism enforces this type of productivity-driven, efficiency-based system, and it prioritizes that over the well-being of the people that are necessary to maintain that system. Within a capitalistic structure, humans are a resource. And resources are things that you consume. If capitalism is a machine, humans are the fuel. And so this emphasis on productivity and efficiency versus being able to actually take proper care of ourselves is a huge factor in what drives these rising rates of attention deficit. Long hours, rigid schedules, high pressure environments. Do those sound good to your mental health? Do either of those Do either of those things sound especially good for your mental health? Maybe in small amounts. Maybe, if we're able to have a nice balance. But does that sound like something that you can sustain indefinitely? Probably not. Another aspect of this to consider is the commodification of attention. One of the growing trends is the understanding of the importance of grabbing somebody's attention and holding on to their attention. The average human attention span has decreased. We now live in an attention economy. Your attention has value, and corporations will fight for it. Advertisers will fight for it. Whether this be on social media, the constant bombardment of notifications, anytime you download an app. By the way, everything's got an app now. You gotta get an app for Taco Bell, you gotta get an app for Walmart, you gotta get an app for the gas station, and they all want to send you notifications. Your attention is a resource, and it's a resource that corporations and capitalists are trying to tap into. This type of overstimulation and these digital distractions further worsen our struggles with focus. Just think about it. This is why it's so nice to unplug and get out into nature and not have to worry about what's going on Twitter, not have to worry about, all these pop-ups and notifications and advertisements. It's nice to just go out and be a person and not have to worry about the internet. There's a mismatch between humanity and capitalism. It's not a good fit. It might be a good fit if we were ants. Maybe if we were bees. Although I would say that ants and bees are actually much more communist than we are. What would be the most capitalist animal I can think of? It might be us, actually. It might be us. There's a mismatch between the goals of humanity and the goals of capitalism. Human beings evolved to thrive in varied, dynamic environments. We crave new and unique experiences. We crave stimulation. What we were not evolved to do is to exist in a monotonous, high-pressure situation. I think it just goes against our very nature.
To impress him, takes on its multi-armed form.
Human beings have a natural inclination for curiosity and creativity. And this conflicts with a rigid work structure. How much curiosity and creativity are you able to fit into your 40-hour work week? Okay, Papa B. So I can't be creative and curious at work, but I have all that time where I'm not at work. Aha, I've also got the weekend. Aha, gotcha there. Most people do not have enough time to actually enjoy their hobbies or the things that, inspire their curiosity, get their creativity flowing, because they're too exhausted from having to work and then doing all of the other things that they need to do to attend to their lives or their families. Hobbies, creativity, curiosity, these are always the first things to get sacrificed so that we can work. These are the areas of our life that suffer the most. And this is something that we're naturally driven to do. It goes against who we are as people. It literally is soul crushing. And I'm saying, yeah, there's your literal soul. Because that's what creativity and curiosity stem from. That to me is what your soul is. It's that spirit, it's that energy, it's that curiosity, creativity. And that's what capitalism takes from you. If that isn't soul crushing, I don't know what else is. I can't think of a better way to describe it. Let's keep going. Let's talk about a concept that we're going to refer to as pathologizing divergence. And what I mean by that is looking at divergent characteristics and telling somebody that they are ill because of those characteristics. Common human traits such as daydreaming, fidgeting, stimming. These were once seen as natural. These were things that just people did. But now they're labeled as disorders because they interfere with your productivity. So not only are we being thrust into this system that we are not evolved to thrive in, but they also take away the things that we do that make us human, and we say that there's something wrong with us if we do that. I well and truly believe that capitalism is designed to break you. And you've got no choice but to compete in it. You've got no choice but to participate. Kind of twisted. Capitalism also creates an environment in which individuals are expected to adapt to the system rather than having the system adapt to human diversity. We should not have to adapt to a broken system. A broken system should adapt to us. Period. If you're making everybody adapt to the system instead of the system adapting to the people, that sounds kind of fascist. It's starting to sound like a little bit like fascism to me. Capitalism also increases the pressure for people to take medications. Stimulant drugs are a quick fix to the demands that are placed upon us. If we need to be more productive, if we need to stay up later, if we need to get more work done, if we need to stay on task. This is why the Chuds want to get rid of the Department of Education. Yeah, they want to get rid of the Department of Education because they want most people to be stupider. Having an intelligent population is troublesome for a fascist regime. You don't really want free thinkers in a fascist regime. You want there to be an elite that has access to education, that has access to resources, but you want the majority of people to be ignorant, ill-informed, underprivileged, easily exploitable. A result of what happens is that you end up seeing the overprescription of medication without addressing the actual root causes. Just think about this for a minute. It's easier to get Adderall than it is to get a lot of other substances. If you can make it into a doctor's appointment, if you can talk to a doctor about it, they're more than likely going to prescribe it to you. This is based on my experience, and this is based on the experiences I've heard from others. Now, not all doctors are the same. Some doctors don't like to prescribe it. Some doctors just don't like to prescribe certain types of medications. But there are many other doctors that are much more free with what it is that they will prescribe you. Because we can't fix the root causes. What would the root causes be? I think these are systemic issues. We need to go down to the roots. We need to get down to the brass tacks of the situation and figure out what we need to change. Are we arguing in chat right now? That's not really our vibe here. Can we have a polite conversation without resorting to name calling? We're all on the same team here, remember? Another impact of capitalism on the ADHD, the amount of burnout it causes. The chronic stress that we experience in a capitalist work culture gives us symptoms that are very similar to what ADHD creates in a person. So a lot of these people who have, or feel like they have ADHD, maybe they do. Maybe it's, neurodevelopmental, like we talked about. Maybe it's something that they've struggled with since childhood. Maybe if it's a, legit neurological condition. But maybe a lot of people are feeling this way because the system creates the symptoms within you. such as difficulty concentrating, mental fatigue, and decision paralysis. These are some of the biggest, most common symptoms you see in ADHD, and these are also things that can manifest as a result of chronic stress. Let's think about how we can rethink ADHD in a capitalist world. Is the problem ADHD, or is the problem the system we live in? Because here's the thing. This is what I believe. ADHD traits, such as creativity, high energy, non-linear thinking, these can all be strengths in the right environment. If you give a person like this the right environment, they can thrive. It's not viewed as a deficit, it's viewed as a benefit. Some of our most exciting artists are incredible performers. They identify with having conditions such as this. Non-linear thinking, as it turns out, is exciting. That's artistic thinking. High energy creativity. These are the type of people who are out there making the art. These are the people out there who are making the music. It's not only caused by work stress, it's caused by an out-of-control idealization of consumerism. It's another one of the big problems that exists within capitalism. It gives you a false set of goals, and it feels like, and that's part of the reason why it perpetuates, is because it gives you these goals to work towards. You know, if I just work a bit harder and I get that promotion, then I can buy that boat. And then I can keep up with Jeff in accounting. He just got a new boat. And I gotta keep up with Jeff. Jeff's an asshole, and if Jeff has a boat, I'm not gonna be a loser. I'm not gonna not have a boat. You can't fault people for having to participate in a capitalistic system when it's the system that you live in. I mean, you gotta survive. But yeah, my problems with capitalism, the list is long, and I won't be able to touch on every single thing that I dislike about it today. You know, like the myth of meritocracy. I could go on. The system that we currently live in demands conformity, and it stifles people's strengths. Saying like, no, you have to be here at this time, and then you can leave at this time. You have to wear this outfit. You have to behave in this way. Otherwise, you can't work here. Otherwise, you don't get money. Otherwise, you can't buy food. If you don't fit in, if you don't do exactly what we tell you to do, die. Is basically what they're telling you to do. Christina Amazon, thank you for subscribing. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. Capitalism also creates challenges for marginalized groups. Because of economic inequalities and lack of access to healthcare, marginalized groups deal with worsened struggles related to their focus and attention. And a lot of these symptoms might go undiagnosed or untreated in low-income communities. Also, a lot of what you see is a lot of like lower socioeconomic people, like they still have to keep up. They still have to, be on their grind so that they can make enough money to pay the bills, get food, raise their kids, all of those things. And so, maybe I can't go to the doctor, but maybe I know somebody who could sell me something that I could use. So where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? We understand the problem. We understand why it's happening. But where do we go from here? How do we move forward? Let's talk about forming a human-centered society. Let's talk about our dream for a better world. Let's talk about an adaptable system that meets the needs of the people. And I'm talking about workplaces that embrace flexibility, that encourage creativity, and allow for diverse working styles. Show support for shorter work hours, remote work options. Don't work a job that takes away from your work-life balance. If an employer does not promote healthy or it does not encourage a healthy work-life balance, if you work a job and they say this job's going to be your life, we need you to be here 90 hours a week. If you're not showing up first, you're late. If you're not leaving last, you're leaving early. Don't work for those jobs. Find a different one. We have to show those employers, those companies, that they're not going to find people to hire if they're not going to treat people equitably. This could mean unionizing. This could mean collectivizing. Finding other people that agree with you so that we have collective bargaining power. That's when the working class has the most power, is when they stand united against the capitalist class. I would say that it would also be good for humanity to reduce our reliance on stimulants. We need to be better at addressing the underlying issues, like how do we regulate our stress? How do we manage our emotions? How do I deal with overstimulation? These are things that we should be teaching to children. Emotional literacy should be taught to children. How to regulate your emotions, how to communicate effectively, how to resolve a conflict. These are all things that should be taught to children. But most places don't. Most people don't learn these things until they are adults. Most people don't learn them at all. And don't get me wrong, people are still going to love nicotine. People are still going to love caffeine. But these are amphetamines we're taking. You got to remember that amphetamines were originally invented by Nazi scientists in World War II because they were having a morale problem. Soldiers weren't willing to charge into the enemy lines. But you know what really changed that? Amphetamines. I don't know why they didn't teach us this in school. I didn't learn this as an adult, but both sides in World War II were cranked out. Like, they were giving these, like, amphetamine stimulant tablets on both sides, because they had to compete. If you got one side of the war that's on meth and the other side of the war that's not on meth, I feel bad for the side that's not on meth. Yeah, if one side's on meth and the other side's on weed, it's not really a level battlefield. A little bit of history for you. Let's go ahead and zoom in. The Nazi regime considered drug use a sign of weakness, but methamphetamine, which would turn soldiers into super soldiers, got a pass. In 1937, a Berlin-based pharmaceutical company began selling meth under the name Pervitin. Soon after, it became a fuel for German troops. The unprecedented speed of the Nazi advance in the spring of 1940, the Blitzkrieg, which caught foreign commanders, civilians, and even Hitler by surprise. Even Hitler was surprised by the effectiveness of the Blitzkrieg. He's like, wow, that's real. And this is why you all will also see videos of Hitler, like, later in the war, like, he's just like, you seen that video of Hitler and he's sitting there and he's just going, like, he was doing it too. Their success early in the war was due in part to their widespread use of meth. So whenever I think about these types of stimulant medications, I know they're technically a different drug. I know that, but it's the same class of drug. It's still an amphetamine. And I think of why they were originally invented, and I'm like, oh. Do I really need to take the stuff that was invented so that soldiers would continue fighting? So that I can fight against this Excel spreadsheet? So I can fight against this email inbox? They still issue them to pilots as go pills. Oh yeah, the military and the government, like, they've got all that stuff on lockdown. Like, think about the cocktail that they must have had Joe Biden on whenever they wanted Joe. They're like, all right, Joe, you gotta go give a speech. We gotta prop this corpse up so that he can maintain a coherent string of sentences for 10 minutes. Rev him up. Like, you know, his handlers are just, they've got the good stuff. They got the cutting edge, government grade stuff that you and I would never be able to see. Anyway, a little distractible today. Maybe it's my ADHD. I'm a little distractible today. Another way that we as a society can reduce our reliance on stimulants is to promote non-pharmacological strategies that can enhance our focus, such as mindfulness, meditation, exercise. These are all things that can help you to practice being better at focusing. Like, look at your ability to focus as a skill. And it's one you can practice. It's not just something that you either can or cannot do. It's something that you can learn to become better at. Also, as a society, I believe that we should encourage neurodiversity. The things that make us different are what make us unique. They're what make us special. We want to be able to look at these natural variations within people and not view them as flaws. These are just, it's a different way of thinking. It's a new perspective. It's a different way to view the world. And that's valuable. And I think that it would better serve humanity if we were able to create environments that celebrate diverse ways of thinking instead of discourage it. Thank you, Josh. I used to say this to one of my supervisors, right? That's like some of the most talented artists in the world, you know, some of the most celebrated minds in the world. These were neurodiverse people. You know, think about Vincent van Gogh. Think about Leonardo da Vinci. Think about the inventors and the artists and the musicians and the geniuses of the world. Is that not neurodiversity? This is something that should be celebrated. This is what allows us to grow as a species. This is what allows us to discover new things and view things in a different way and think about things in ways that have never been thought before. Isn't that what we're here to do? Isn't that what we're here for? Value those who naturally multitask. Let them do it. Right? Like, if you have to do 3 things at a time, do 3 things at a time. Like, work with how you, like, find the way that works for you and then refine that ability so that it can work for you even better, rather than saying, oh no, you're doing this the wrong way. You can't focus on 3 things at a time and then alternate between them in rapid succession. You have to only focus on 1 thing at a time. I feel like we will have much better success if we can teach a person to work with what they got and to make it work for them, rather than demand that they operate in an entirely different way. I do 3 things at a time. I call it a task hack. Some call it a symphony. You know, I'm doing this task over here. It's cooking while you're cleaning. But you're also listening to a book. Who is willing to fund a brilliant artist working on 100 projects at the same time? Do you know anybody? Because I've got an artist for them. Some key takeaways from today. The current rise in ADHD diagnoses are likely a reflection of the clash between human nature and capitalist demands. Would you agree? The use of stimulants, including a reliance on stimulants, often addresses the symptoms of Let me start over. Stimulant reliance often addresses the system. One more time. Take 3. Stimulant reliance often addresses the symptoms of systemic issues rather than the root causes. Like, you wouldn't need a giant thermos full of coffee to be up at 4 in the morning if your job did not demand you to be up at 4 in the morning. You wouldn't need to take Adderall to fill out your spreadsheets. You can tell I have a thing with spreadsheets. I keep bringing up spreadsheets. It's because they're my enemy. If we want to support our well-being, and when I say our well-being, I mean you, and 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 all the rest of you. Everyone's well-being. We need to create a system that honors humanity over productivity. Is the point of being human to be a human, or is it to be a machine? Because right now it really feels like they want us to be machines. And I think we should be people. But maybe I'm the crazy one. At least that's how I'm made to feel sometimes. Anyway. Any questions? What do you think? I want to know what you think. What do you think about capitalism and its effect on ADHD? Do you think that a lot of people are dealing with symptoms of ADHD because of capitalist demands? And I'm not trying to say that it's entirely a capitalism problem. There are people that would have issues with paying attention, even if we weren't in a capitalist system. But we also live in a system where those types of traits are made to seem like they are weaknesses, because they go against conformity, they go against, the demands that are placed upon people. I'm assuming that could be applied to other mental disorders too, right? Absolutely. Who does capitalism guarantee joy for? Who gets the joy out of a capitalistic system? Who gets the depression? Who gets the anxiety? I think for me, it's heavily made worse by my CPTSD, which I'm slowly working on and making progress. Well, I mean, you're a badass, so I feel very confident in your ability to whoop its ass. I have the type of ADHD that cannot be meditated away. I wish it was the case. How many hours have you logged in the meditation zone? a dude who's over burning hard because of his underpaid government jobs. Yeah, and also just another, like, there's just so much to complain about in a capitalistic system. It's like, why are the hardest working people also paid some of the worst wages? What's your advice for empathic people to prevent others from taking advantage of it? I would suggest you to recognize the signs and symptoms of emotional manipulation. Because if somebody is taking advantage of your empathic nature, you're being manipulated. I would also recommend to practice setting good boundaries. Good boundaries are set early and set often. Long story short, I think capitalism is making us sick. It goes against human nature in so many different ways. We are meant to be creative. We are meant to just do so much more. And it's just really sad to see. It's really sad. I feel like we're really squandering a lot of our potential as a species. I feel like if aliens came here and they looked at us, they'd be like, oh. They draw invisible lines on the land, and then they kill each other for crossing those invisible lines. Also, they don't reward their hardest working with the most benefit. Also, they don't take care of their own people. They let their own people starve and suffer. They still utilize slave labor. If an alien came to Earth, they would leave because there's no sign of intelligent life here. At least not on alien standards. They'd be like, oh. Did you enjoy this topic today? How are you feeling? What are you thinking? I want to know your thoughts. Am I crazy here? Am I a madman? Well, obviously. Like, that's nothing new. I've never claimed to not be crazy. But I'm more like a fun crazy, not like a scary crazy. I really enjoyed it. I like it when the discussions about mental health issues are more nuanced than it's a chemical imbalance. Yeah. That the way that we look at mental health issues in a capitalistic society is like, let's say that we were looking at like a gunshot wound, and you'd be like, oh my, you have an imbalance in your body here. There's an unusual level of lead in this part of your body. So we need to treat that imbalance. Like, that's the way that they view mental health. Like, oh, you have a bullet lodged in your leg? Sounds like you've got a bullet imbalance. You've got too much bullet in your system. Let's give you some medication so that you can cope with the bullet imbalance. It should also be concerning to more people, and I feel like I really go against the norm in a lot of ways, but that's just me. Deal with it. But I feel like a lot of people are prescribed medications like antidepressants, anti-anxiety medications, ADHD medications, so that they can shut up, stop complaining, and get back to work. So much of our mental health care system is centered around getting people back to work. Instead of being better, instead of healing properly, it's just about, let's manage those symptoms. Let's not cure them, let's not treat them, that takes too long. That's too much work. Can we just get them back to work, though? Can we make it so that you're okay with sitting at a desk for 8 hours? Or in a factory assembly line? Or in a warehouse? Hey man, how are you? Oh, I'm good. How you doing? I remember during my mental health crisis, my therapist... Sorry, my cat, her head is in front of what you wrote. I'm trying to read it, but her head's in the way. Okay, now I can read it because the text moved up a little. I remember during my mental health crisis, my therapist and psychiatrist wrote a letter from my employer saying reduced hours and working from home would help me, and my employer said, "No, LOL. I'm not lolling." That's fucked up. Like, that's an easy fix. Any job that can be done from home should be done from home. Been better, but that's life, I guess. Lots of stress. Anything in particular, or just in general? Hey, Pint and Click Raid. What's up, Pinters? What's up? What's up, Clicksters? This is the one topic I am definitely not in line with y'all. Big believer in chemicals, but still much respect to this take. It's valid. You know who makes all of the chemicals in your brain? You make all the chemicals in your brain. Like, you make all those. Anything else is just a performance-enhancing substance. Because you have not noticed it within yourself does not mean that it does not happen in others. It also doesn't mean that it can't happen in you. Maybe you gotta just think of it a little bit differently. Maybe the fact that you think that it is impossible is what also makes it impossible. Hope your day's going well. My day's going well. My day's going well. Hope everyone is having a goo day. Oh yeah. We're gooed up. I believe my uncle stole some inheritance that was supposed to be split between my mom, him, and his sisters. It's life-changing money, and my mom is 6 too, so the money would go a long way in getting her back to health. I mean, are there lawyers involved? Is what he doing illegal? Doesn't sound legal. Also sounds really shitty for somebody to do that to their own family. It's Friday. Oh, I am a work reform radicalist. I support the 4/20/69 work week. 4 days a week, 20 hours maximum, $69 an hour minimum wage. Anything else is not good enough for me. I'm a work reform extremist. I want radical change. Support the 4/20/69 movement. Funny thing is he forged a will for my aunt that passed away and was caught, but they didn't take it to law. The idiocy is crazy. I think the law needs to be involved because he's doing illegal things and he's taking money. That is theft. That is a crime. He's taking money from his sick sister. That's honestly disgusting. Any questions on this topic before we cycle back over to the question box? How are we feeling right now? Are you suffering from the side effects of capitalism? You know, I'm lucky, I'm privileged. I'm a live streamer. Capitalism is basically an invisible environment variable. It's different for everyone, yeah. It's a system, and it's different for everyone within that system. But it still provides the overall structure that our society operates under. Focus on productivity, neglecting your own well-being for, you know, the good of the company. Doing more with less year after year. I had a recruiter offer me a temp position that paid less than what I made as an intern 23 years ago. Have you ever... Okay, question for the group. Question for everybody here. Have you ever had a job where you were made to do more with less every year? You know, new responsibilities with budget cuts. A lot of people who have worked in the health field have experienced this. A lot of people who have been teachers have experienced this. That trend of doing more with less is capitalism in a nutshell. They want a capitalist system is trying to figure that out. It's trying to figure out how much can we make people do and how little can we give them to do it. So how long are you willing to wait? How far are we willing to let them go? If they could legally pay people 10 cents an hour, they would. If they could lower the minimum wage to $1 an hour, you better believe they would. Is there a ranking system for all the big companies in the world to see which ones treat their employees the worst/best? There is. There is a ranking of companies that treat their employees the best. And you want to know what some of the characteristics of those companies are? The employees of that company, no matter what you do at that company, you have shares of the company. Employee-owned businesses. Meaning that everyone who works there gets stock bonuses. They get the opportunity to actually benefit themselves when the company benefits. Those are some of the most satisfying jobs that people will work because they really do give back to the people that work there. These are also jobs that promote a healthy work-life balance, that allow you to work from home or to work remotely. Maybe they offer you a flexible schedule. Maybe they don't care that you work 8 hours every day. They just care that you work a certain number of hours throughout the week. So maybe there's an expectation that you'll work X number of hours and you're able to work that into 3 days or 4 days instead of 5 days. Capitalism at the end stage is indistinguishable from monarchy. It's just a feudal system in different clothes. Absolutely. It's corpo-feudalism, and it sucks ass. We're headed in the cyberpunk future, unfortunately. The trend we're on is we're gonna end up in cyberpunk. Except maybe our technology won't be that good. Who knows? Could be. Whenever I play Cyberpunk 2077, I'm just like, this is capitalism's wet dream. Like, if they could find a way to put advertisements in your dreams, they would. If they could charge you a subscription fee to be able to use your eyeballs, they'd do it. If they could charge you by the pound for the amount of poop your butt makes, you better believe they'd do it. Imagine you go into a public restroom and then they give you a bill depending on the volume of excrement. Capitalists are taking notes. How else can we squeeze these people? And how do we make changes to this system? I feel like we have to show them that we're not willing to participate in it. We have to show them that we're not willing to participate in a broken or unfair system, and that if they aren't able to treat their employees fairly and equitably, then people will have no interest in working there. Nobody wants to work anymore. No, people want to work. People just don't want to be exploited anymore. There's a difference. I just loathe how often people are made to feel like they are the problem instead of the system being the problem. You aren't the problem because you don't fit into this system that we live in. The system is the one that's broken. You are not broken. You're a human. The system is not meant for humans. It's meant for robots. Activate boner 99.99. Sorry, babe, I can't get it up. My card got declined. I was trying to renew my boner subscription. We need solidarity. We need stronger unions. We need to fight for what we need, because we've always had to do that. Look back through history, and you will see countless instances of people fighting for the things that they needed. They are very rarely, if ever, given to them willingly, or given to them freely. People fought and died for the 40-hour work week. And that was only a little over 100 years ago. You guys are talking about my specialization. Oh, you're an ADHD specialist? How's it going, Jackie? We were talking about ADHD as a symptom of capitalism. Whatever happened to unions? Being a union leader is dangerous business. There are corporations that will literally, threaten harm on union leaders. And we keep electing people who are anti-union. I'm having a hard time understanding why so many pro-union people voted for Donald Trump. He's one of the most anti-union candidates we've ever seen. That guy hates unions. Are you kidding? You think the employees at his hotels are unionized? Absolutely not. Free speech, but don't talk to each other about work. Absolutely. That's another good point, is that one of the things that we always claim that we celebrate in the United States is our freedom, especially our freedom of speech. Except that in some places, it's literally in your contract that you are not allowed to talk about how much money you make at your job. You're not allowed to talk about it with your coworkers. You're not allowed to talk about how you and this other person are doing the exact same job, but they're getting paid $2.50 more an hour than you are. And they started 6 months after you started. The system that we live in was not fit for humans. And I haven't really heard many convincing arguments as to how this system that we're built in is meant for humans. If anything, the system that we live in is actually meant to exploit humans to the highest possible degree. It takes advantage of so many of our like biological, neurological, psychological tendencies. Capitalists are very good at what they do. They're very good at controlling people. And they have gotten very good at it. They've also found a way of making you feel like you're the problem. Now, isn't this starting to feel like an abusive relationship? Isn't this starting to feel like you're being gaslit? Some of the common signs that you see in abusive relationships is one person mistreats the other person, and they make that person, the person who's being mistreated, is made to feel like they're the problem. They deserve the mistreatment. They're the one who is doing something wrong. Do you see how a capitalist society is doing the same thing to the people who are forced to participate in it? Oh, you can't work 40 hours a week? There's something wrong with you. You need to take medication for that so that you can get back to work. Most recent research seems to be going towards the idea that most people have the ADHD possibility in the brain, but it activates due to the high demands of productivity and the difficulty of attaining recurring stable dopamine or satisfaction with life. Yes. Hold on, I'm going to go back in my slides real quick, because one of the things that we talked about was the symptoms that are created in a capitalistic system, the burnout, the chronic stress. Am I going to have enough to pay my bills this month? Am I going to be able to buy food? Am I going to be able to buy my kid new clothes for school? You know, all of that chronic stress, it leads to symptoms that look very much like ADHD, difficulty concentrating, mental fatigue, decision paralysis. The conjunction between morality and productivity, that's devilish. That's demonic. Also, the way that they treat divergent behaviors or normal human traits like daydreaming, fidgeting, natural things, these are now labeled as disorders. That's cruel. Anyway, fuck capitalism. Can I get an amen? Palm like a Tom with the 13 months. Amen. I asked a Magic 8-Ball once if I would live to see the fall of capitalism, and it said, definitely. So, I don't know when. Who knows, I could live to be pretty old. Calm like a Tom with 20 gifted subs? I'm like a Tom. Thank you so much for the 20 gifted subs. That's crazy. You're not crazy though. I'm just saying, like, isn't this crazy? You're so based for that. You're so based. You have so much Riz. Real Sigma move. W's in the chat. What else? You got the Riz. I feel like I want to quit my job, and I'm always afraid of the unknown. Not finding a job or the next job will be much worse than the old one. I feel stuck. This is like a lot of people will cope with that by job hopping. Instead of like they'll go from one job to the next job. And part of that is because whenever you switch over to a new job, there's always like that intermittent period where it's just like, all right, I'm training how to do the new job. The first like week or two of a new job, it's like you normally don't do much work. You're normally like watching other people work, or you're like learning the tasks, you're learning how to, you know, clock in. Find a job that you can tolerate. And your tolerance level may fluctuate throughout time. Find a job where it's like, okay, I can make enough money to live doing this. It's not going to leave me too exhausted to be able to do the things I want to do. I'm still going to have time for me, still going to have time for my friends and my family. I work to live. I do not live to work. Have you ever seen those people? Like, you'll see them on, like, TV or, like, reality TV. You know, these people who are just, like, very work-focused, very work-driven. And they're like, I live to work. My work is my life. I sleep at the office 5 days a week so I can do more work. I'm like, are you okay? And they're saying that I'm the sick one because I don't want to do that? Huh. Maybe I am the crazy one. Maybe it's an individual thing and each person must lose or give up capitalism for themselves. So not a unified world crash, but a shift in perception of reality over time as people change. That would be nice, but if I know people, people don't like to behave that way. People like to wait until the last minute to do something, and that's why you always get a crash. But just think about what we could build after the crash. That's what I'm focusing on. I've been tolerating my job now for 1.5 years, and I feel like it's time for me to branch to something else. Go for it. You owe them nothing. You owe them nothing. They paid you for work done, and you're done working there. Find something else. Try something new. How dare we diverge from the expected behaviors of the fabled Homo economicus? Right? Oh my god. I'm picturing, you know, that evolution of man where it's like a monkey, and then he slowly starts standing up and then walking upright, and then it's a modern human, and then it's a guy with a briefcase, and he's at the stock exchange, and he's just like, buy, 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 sell, 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 sell. Homo economicus. Yeah, I got a sick bonus at the end of the year. I bought a new boat. Haven't ever even seen it. It's parked at the dock. Probably will never even use it, but I got it in case I need it. Like, can we just appreciate the insanity here real quick? This is the New York Stock Exchange in 1995, whenever they introduced 24/7 trading.
Access, an after-hours electronic trading system.
Like, I just want to see, like, what are they doing?
Having a position quite as well hedged at the end of the day.
I'm like, people are weird, man. Like, let's all dress up, let's all go to a building, let's all get it really close together, and then let's all scream and move money around. Like, you think we evolved to do that? I don't think so. That sounds fucking stupid. What does the yelling do? Makes it more exciting. All right, we got a couple questions in the box. Let's take a look. Let's take a look in the question box. Money itself is the problem. Yeah, and the fact that you can just like hold on to so much of it, and that gives you such a position of like power and influence. I feel like nobody should have that level of power and influence. It fucks up your brain. We can't trust ourselves with that level of power and influence. It's irresponsible. But they don't care about being responsible. They care about being wealthy. They care about being rich. That's all they care about. More, 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 more. Buy, buy, buy. Sell, sell, sell. What about Bezos' wife? Okay, she's actually kind of based. Jeff Bezos' wife divorced him and then took half of his money and then gave away billions of dollars, and that's so fucking sick. No wonder they got divorced. They had a huge disagreement on what to do with all their wealth. He's like, nah, I need to make rocket ships that are shaped like a penis. I mean, just look at it. I mean, just look at it. This is Jeff Bezos' rocket. It literally looks like a big dong. Like, come on. You're gonna tell me you're one of the richest people in the world and you're literally just... This is unprecedented levels of compensation. I mean, is he compensating for a penis thing, or is it just that the penis is a very effective shape of penetrating the atmosphere? Get it? See what I did there? I made a joke. Also, the thing that's really messed up about capitalism, and I say the thing as if there's only one thing. Another thing that's really messed up about capitalism is that when people become wealthy enough, you unlock the infinite money glitch. And so you take out a loan that is based on your projected net worth or your, you know, the stocks that you hold. It's not actually based on like actual cash. So you get a loan, and then you take that loan, you use it to fund your lifestyle. And then in order to pay off that loan, you take out a bigger loan. And then you just, as long as you can keep making the payments, as long as you can keep paying off the loans, you've unlocked the infinite money glitch. You just have to have enough money to do it. And then guess what? You never pay taxes because you don't pay taxes on debt. Because when you're wealthy enough, they'll just loan you whatever money you want because they know they'll get it back. Like, you and I can't do that, but if you are wealthy enough, if you're like an actual member of the capitalist class, it's like you can do that. Infinite money glitch. We should start digging holes deep enough where the gravity is lower. From there, slingshot rockets into space. Or we should build a rail in the Himalayan mountains that can fire stuff up into orbit. We should make like a space elevator. Like up in the mountains somewhere. They don't pay taxes on unrealized gains, and then don't pay taxes on the money borrowed based on those unrealized gains. It's true, it's literally an infinite money glitch. Railing the mountains is nothing sacred anymore. Nope. But I feel hatred towards those nasty billionaires. Elon Musk. I just remember that at the end of the day, we're all going to die. So these filthy billionaires are just nothing. Their legacy means nothing. Just like what Mike Tyson said last week. I don't believe in legacy. It's just another word for ego. I'm just passing through. I'm gonna die and it's gonna be over. Who cares about legacy after that? He said, we're nothing. We're just dead. We're just dust. We're absolutely nothing. Our legacy is nothing. Who the fuck cares about me when I'm gone? Not only did Mike Tyson say that, but he said it to a child who was interviewing him. I mean, he wasn't wrong though, but I still just think it's funny that he was just talking to a child and he's just like, we're all dust. That was pretty much the best thing he's ever done. Yeah. Like, Mike Tyson's got his flaws, don't get me wrong. Like, he's got his flaws, but like, he's got some valuable insights too. Kinda nihilistic. A little. But the thing about it is that you need to extend beyond that nihilistic belief, and it has to be like, okay, well, nothing matters. I'm just dust. We're all gonna die. So I might as well try to make the best of it. Even though nothing matters, I'm still gonna show up. I'm still gonna try anyway. I'm still gonna have fun. Can you really imagine somebody saying, I want my legacy to be this or that? You're dead, he continued. You really want them to think about you? What's the audacity to think, I want people to think about me when I'm gone. Who the fuck cares about me when I'm gone? Well, I know I don't, because I'll be gone. It won't matter to me. I'll be gone, so it doesn't matter to me. And that's also why a lot of people operate under the, like, fuck you, I got mine mentality. They're like, get it while you can. know, it's like boomer mentality. Like they reaped all of the rewards of the socialist programs we had after World War II, and then they said, okay, well, fuck these kids, you entitled brats. Why don't you pull yourself up? This is what it makes me think of.
Remember me! Remember me! Remember me!
Like, why do I want to be remembered? Like, if you think about it, it's like, wouldn't it almost be nicer to be forgotten? Like, whenever you're remembered, it's like people are going to keep bringing you up. They're going to keep arguing over you. They're going to argue about what you really meant or what your real intentions were or what your lost potential could have been. It's like, that doesn't sound that fun. I don't want people nitpicking over all of the details of my life for the rest of time. That sounds like shit. Like, let me go. You know what I mean? Let me go, right? Let me go on to the next whatever is after this. You know, let me move on to the next stage of human existence. I'm gonna go hang out with Marshall Applewhite, wherever he's at now. But you're dust, so what? The atoms in our bodies will spend longer as dust than they will as a human. They will also spend more time in the center of a star than they will outside of a star. I mean, at least... It depends. That part depends, actually. You're going to spend longer on the event horizon of a black hole than pretty much anything else. The atoms in your body, the molecules that make you up, they're going to spend much longer hanging out around a black hole or as a part of a singularity within a black hole than they will doing anything else. In the grand scheme of the universe, sounds kind of sick. Can't wait to be a black hole. Charlie Chaplin's speech against fascism with Hans Zimmer soundtrack. Okay, let's check it out. But we'll make an AI of your consciousness and Coca-Cola will buy the rights and inject a company bias into whatever you say forever. Ah, not Black Mirror. Don't Black Mirror me. Just wait until Elon Musk is like, I'm gonna upload my consciousness into a machine. I'm gonna volunteer to do this. You know, because he seems the type of egomaniac to actually try to do something stupid like that. Like, put my mind into a robot and just watch it, like, it blue screens. And he's stuck in this, his consciousness is transformed into some sort of cybernetic hellscape. He black mirrors himself. Maybe it could happen. Just don't lose hope, okay?
I'm sorry, but I don't want to be an emperor. That's not my business. I don't want to rule or conquer anyone. I should like to help everyone if possible. Jew, Gentile, black man, white. We all want to help one another. Human beings are like that. We want to live by each other's happiness, not by each other's misery. We don't want to hate and despise one another. In this world, there's room for everyone, and the good earth is rich and can provide for everyone. The way of life can be free and beautiful, but we have lost the way. Greed has poisoned men's souls, has barricaded the world with hate, has goose-stepped us into misery and bloodshed. We have developed speed, but we have shut ourselves in. Machinery that gives abundance has left us in want. Our knowledge has made us cynical, our cleverness hard and unkind. We think too much, feel too little. More.
I like what he's saying, but he's got the Marshall Applewhite stare going on. Like, I was looking at him, like, he is dialed in.
Machinery, we need humanity. More than cleverness, we need kindness and gentleness. Without these qualities, life will be violent, and all will be lost. The aeroplane and the radio have brought us closer together. The very nature of these inventions cries out for goodness in men, cries out for universal brotherhood, for the unity of us all. Even now, my voice is reaching millions throughout the world. Millions of despairing men, women, and little children. Victims of a system that makes men torture and imprison innocent people. For those who can hear me, I say, do not despair. The misery that is now upon us is but the passing of greed, the bitterness of men who fear the way of human progress. The hate of men will pass, and dictators die. And the power they took from the people will return to the people. And so long as men die, liberty will never perish. Soldiers, don't give yourselves to brutes. Men who despise you, enslave you, who regiment your lives, tell you what to do, what to think, or what to feel, who drill you, diet you, treat you like cattle, use you as cannon fodder. Don't give yourselves to these unnatural men, machine men with machine minds and machine hearts. You are not machines, you are not cattle, you are men. You have the love of humanity in your hearts. You don't hate, only the unloved hate, the unloved and the unnatural. Soldiers, don't fight for slavery, fight for liberty. In the 17th chapter of St. Luke it is written, the kingdom of God is within man, not one man nor a group of men, but in all men, in you. You, the people, have the power to create machines, the power to create happiness. You, the people, have the power to make this life free and beautiful, to make this life a wonderful adventure. Then in the name of democracy, let us use that power. Let us all unite. Let us fight for a new world, a decent world, that will give men a chance to work, that will give youth a future and old age a security. By the promise of these things, brutes have risen to power, but they lie. They do not fulfill their promise. They never will. Dictators free themselves, but they enslave the people. Now let us fight to fulfill that promise. Let us fight to free the world, to do away with national barriers, to do away with greed, with hate and intolerance. Let us fight for a world of reason, a world where science and progress will lead to all men's happiness. Soldiers, in the name of democracy, let us all unite!
The ideas that we're fighting for are not new. And so you have more commonality and you have more shared beliefs with other people than you would really understand or really appreciate. But those who have power, those who have influence, those who have control, they want you to view other common people as your enemy. Don't forget it. this. Oh, Miss Poopy, you're so fluffy. Her winter coat's coming in. Show them. Her winter coat is coming in. Look how floofy she's getting. Watch that tail, baby. She's so sweet. Hi, baby. What a sweet little baby. Oh. So floofy. Oh. She wants pets. Come here, baby. Pet you. She keeps reaching her, like, if I stop petting her, she reaches out and she, like, slaps me. She's like, don't stop. She's like, I'm not done. She'll reach out and grab me and be like, no, continue. She's a bossy little baby. Meow. If you try to walk away from her or stop petting her before she's done, she will grab you and say, hey, get over here. I didn't say stop. She's a bossy little girl. She's so cute. So fluffy. Her winter coat's coming in and she's just becoming a little floof ball. The lo-fi, yeah, I've been enjoying the lo-fi lately. The lo-fi is pretty chill. Well, what are we thinking? How are we doing? figure out what to make for dinner. I've got some few things in the fridge. Just need to figure out which one of them I want to make. Am I home alone? I think I'm home alone. I'm gonna go walk around naked. It's Poopy, I can't see the screen. It's Poopy! I think we need to appeal to humanity. I think we need to appeal to unity. I feel like we all should be able to prosper. Poopy, you're hungry. She's getting hungry. That's what it is. She wants me to go open a can of cat food for her. Get back here. Ah! No, Miss Poopy, don't eat me. Don't. Yeah, I mean, I feel like if we want to win people over to progressive causes, we have to be careful with how we approach it and how we word it. Because there have been decades of conditioning that have been applied to people to put us against certain terms, certain phrases. You know, socialism, communism, liberalism. You know, these all have decades of negative connotation and conditioning that have been inflicted upon people. Fear-mongering centered around these words. But there are words that they can't take from us. Equality, humanity. That's what we gotta fight for. Her legal name is Cleo, but we call her Miss Poopy. She earned that nickname. She was a baby. She had a hard time keeping her butt clean. Thankfully, she's better at it now. Oh, she's giving me a glare. She's giving me a glare. She's like, why are you telling them that story? She's embarrassed. We call you Miss Poopy because you used to have a stinky, poopy little butt. But no, she would sometimes come up to us and act like she wanted somebody to clean her butt for her. I'm like, you're on your own there, Miss Poopy, or go get Beaver to do it. You know, go ask one of the other cats to do it. I'm not doing it. I'm not licking no butt. Right? Like she expected us to clean her. Like she would come over to us and be like, all right, clean me. I'd be like, let me get a tissue. Let me get a wet wipe.
Life could be a dream. Life could be a dream. Do, 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 shaboom. Life could be a dream. If I could take you up in paradise up above.
This is what life could be like if not for capitalism.
You would tell me I'm the only one that you love. Life could be a dream. Sweetheart, hello, hello again. Shaboom, and open we'll meet again. Boom, ding dong, ding dong, a lang, a lang, a lang. Oh, whoa, bip.
Gonna watch a good sci-fi epic. Any suggestions? Show or a movie? You're looking for a movie? How scary do you want it to be? Starship Troopers? We watched Starship Troopers last night in the Discord for movie night. Usually go with 2001 or Alien/Aliens. Those are all great picks. If you're looking for a show and you haven't watched it, I highly recommend The Expanse. It's on Amazon. It's one of the few things that I can actually thank Jeff Bezos for. The Expanse was slated to be canceled. Jeff Bezos was a fan of the show, and so he brought it over to Amazon and he saved the show. Demolition Man. Demolition Man is so good. It's... It was in that era of, like, early to... Like, those 90s, like... The 90s had some really great science fiction movies. Biodome? Pauly Shore at his best.
Oh, life could be a dream. If only all my precious plans would come true. If you would let me spend my whole life loving you, life could be a dream, sweetheart.
Every time I look at you, something is alright. If you do what I want you to, baby, we be so fine.
Oh, life could be a dream. Shaboom, if I could take you up in paradise up above. Shaboom, tell me, darling, I'm the only one that you love. Life could be a dream. Sweetheart, hello, hello again. Shaboom, and open me again. Boom, boom. Oh, life could be a dream. Life could be a dream, sweetheart.
Enough of that. I love The Expanse. The Expanse is a great show. I also read all the books, as it's based off of a book series. I recommend that too. How much do you read in a day? Depends on the day. Depends on the... Some people don't count audiobooks as reading, but I like to multitask. Sometimes I don't like to just sit there and read. I do sometimes, but sometimes I like to, you know, soak up a story while I'm doing something else. Let's say I would say I probably go through at least on a conservative estimate, like a dozen books a year. Granted, most of them are science fiction. It's my favorite genre. Sci-fi is my favorite. I have to go be social at a Seahawks game with my firm on Sunday. I'm trying to decide if I want to take some edibles before the game. Yeah, probably. Probably. Sounds good to me. What's the worst that could happen? There's some weird YouTube videos out there. Like, what is this? An hour of silence occasionally broken up by a dodgeball sound effect. YouTube's such an interesting place, isn't it? Such an interesting place. Any last thoughts? Any last questions? I think I'm about to wrap it up for today. Gotta go make boom boom. That Costco pizza is doing its work. I went to Costco. I got a turkey, I got a pie, and I ate a slice of cheese pizza and a hot dog. The audiobook Alien 3 was good. Oh, okay. Okay. No double chunk chocolate cookie today. No, they asked me though. Like, I was checking out and they were like, "Are you sure you don't want to add a double chunk chocolate cookie to your order?" And I was like, "I'm sure. Not today." You know what they have at Costco? I saw this today. They have Crumble cookie gift cards. You can get $100 worth of Crumble cookie gift cards for $80. Just a thought. It'll buy you 12 cookies. How expensive are these cookies? Crumble cookies will run between like $4 and $6 a cookie. They're pretty pricey. But they're also pretty big. They're also very sweet. Some of them are like too sweet, like disgustingly sweet. How do you feel about the development of this AI technology and videos? Isn't this just... Just remember, this is the worst that this technology is going to be. This came out a month ago. These AI videos are getting very good. I mean, they're still really weird, but I feel like we're coming up to a point where it's like you'll have the ability to make whatever content you want. Completely customized content. You just have to pay a monthly fee to access the service that renders the movies and shows for you. That's how they're gonna charge you. That's how they're gonna get you. There's just so many of these different videos. Dark-sadded. Is it dark-sadded? Is it demonic? Funny thing about Gordon Ramsay as a test subject is Gordon Ramsay has been on so much TV that he's got so much data to feed into these AI systems that's why they're able to make like Gordon Ramsay videos and stuff. They're able to do it so well is because they've just got countless hours of content to train themselves on. AI really looks like how dreams feel. It's true. There's just such a certain dreamlike quality to them. So then what happens when the AI wakes up? You might not be on this side of YouTube, but there's a certain side of YouTube where it's like just tons of channels that are just pumping out AI generated content, and I feel like the channels themselves are like run by an AI because I've seen more of these types of channels than I can even keep up with. There's just so many different channels that upload like AI generated videos now. Like, what's going on the internet? Have you seen the movie Surrogates with Bruce Willis? I have, actually. So yeah, just imagine how crazy AI technology is going to get. Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting to see where just think about how the technology was a year ago. Like, it was ridiculous. But it's getting so much better, and I just wonder where things are going, where things are headed. So that as people click on those videos, they get money from some ads. How do these advertisers seemingly have infinite money to just throw around? Well, money is made up. Money is just a system that is based on human belief. It's actually completely meaningless unless we give it meaning. Just wait until you see your first completely AI-generated TV show. Your first AI-generated movie. It's coming. Don't think they're not gonna figure out how to do it. Human beings love tricking robots into doing our work for us. It's our whole thing. That's why we treat other people like robots and trick them into doing our work. I kind of miss when people would just use DALL-E to make shitty images of Trump at a furry convention. Yeah, that kind of stuff was the good old days of AI image generation. Well, I can refuse to watch it. But what if you had the ability to make the exact movie that you wanted to watch? Starring the exact people that you wanted to be in it. Everything catered to your specific interests. What if you could bring your fanfics to life? What do you think about my malicious compliance with doing the things that paralegals said to do even though they are wrong? I mean, I would just document it every step of the way. I would just be like, I was told by this person to do this thing, and I told them that this was not the correct idea, but I will do it anyway because they had the go-ahead. It's fine how it is. For me, I'd rather commission an artist. Most humans would not agree with that. What I've noticed is that there are a lot of people who don't want to pay people to work. They don't want to pay people to make art. They don't want to pay people to do... They don't want to pay people unless they absolutely have to pay people. Humans want the work to be done, and they want it now, and they want it for free. This is art, not entertainment for me. Yeah, like, and I look at it differently. Like, there's art, and that is what a human makes, but a robot can make something that's entertaining. It doesn't have to be art. We can make that distinction. There's still going to be a place for art in the world. But if you can have a robot make something to entertain you, it sounds kind of fun. Like, hey computer, remake the Terminator, except everybody in it is me. I am the character in the movie. They're all played by me. Like, hey computer, remake this movie, except put me in it instead. Put my friends in it. Microsoft said their electricity consumption will raise at least 30% because of AI servers. Well, they better figure out something to do about it then. Like, the invention of power tools has not stopped people from using hand tools. The invention of automation has not stopped people from making handmade crafts. The invention and the progression of artificial intelligence will not stop people from making art or music. It's just another tool. Use it as you will. There are many avenues of human existence and human manufacturing. Like, artificial intelligence is very effective. It's very useful. And I think we're just trying to find those parts of life that it can be most useful so that we can find a better cost-benefit ratio. Wait until you see your first AI-generated season of Hell's Kitchen. AI Gordon Ramsay yelling at AI contestants in an AI restaurant. Can't wait. Can't wait. Man-made horrors beyond our comprehension. Oh boy. My favorite. Alrighty, everybody. That's gonna be it for me today. I'm gonna send you over to Cartoon Therapy. By the way, Cartoon Therapy is nominated for the Hidden Gem in the Streamer Awards. If you haven't had a chance to vote yet, be sure to vote for Cartoon Therapy. Hidden Gem. He's a friend of the show. Go say hi. All right, everybody. I will be back tomorrow. Have a great night. Enjoy your Friday. Stay safe out there. Why did it not go? Excuse me? I typed in what? Why did it not work? What? Let me try again. I've never had that happen before. I'm gonna try it again. I hope I don't embarrass myself again. Okay, now it worked. It worked that time. What? Okay. Thank you. Okay, it worked. I was like, come on, Twitch. Don't embarrass me like this. Don't embarrass me like this. What are you doing? What are you doing, man? Thanks again, everybody, for hanging out. Thanks again to Sabi and Calm Like a Tom for those 20 gifted subs. Have a great night, everybody. I will see you tomorrow. Stay safe out there. Take good care of yourselves. And Bye-bye. 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 It's time for Tubby Bye-Bye. Remember the Teletubbies? Did you ever watch the Teletubbies? That show was kind of fucked up.